Ay, no sabía, chacho, no te quiero.
Empecemos.
Okay, good morning. This is the Committee on Parole. We're meeting in Baton Rouge at headquarters of the Department of Corrections. To my left is Carolyn Stapleton. To my right is Jerry Ledoux, and my name is Steve Prater. The time is 8:38 in the morning. The date is August the 6th of 2025. We'll be having a number of hearings today. This will be our first one. This is a revocation hearing. Would the staff here introduce themselves, please?
Sure.
Okay, and on this revocation hearing, we have a fellow by the name of Anthony Kenner Jr. Are you Mr. Kenner?
Yes, sir.
And what is your DLC number, Mr. Kenner?
447501.
Okay, and you are at St. Charles Nelson Correctional Center, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is there any staff in the room with you?
Yes, sir.
Would you introduce yourselves, please?
Lieutenant Ball.
Okay, Lieutenant, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, anybody else in there?
We also have Corporal Stallworth.
Okay. Well, thank y'all for hosting us today, and I think this is our only hearing there.
Yes, sir.
And so we'll get straight to it. Mr. Kenner, did you have a waiver? Okay, can you hear me okay? Okay, Mr. Kenner, can you hear?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you have a waiver in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that waiver talks about your attorney and all, and did you sign that waiver?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're going to proceed with your hearing today. You are accused of violating two rules, rule number 4 and rule number 5. Rule number 4 may have been dropped, but they're very similar. Rule number 5 is the one that we're going to deal with this morning mainly, and it has to do with a vehicle chase or a vehicle stop, and you supposedly fleeing from that stop and running behind the house and throwing a gun. Is that correct? Is that what the rule, is that what you're accused of violating?
Yeah, that's what I was accused of violating, yeah.
Okay, so you need to plead guilty or innocent on rule number 5. Then let's start out. You are guilty of having been arrested for that, correct?
Yeah, I'm guilty of being arrested for it.
Okay. Now, are you guilty of having done it?
No, sir. I went to trial in the federal court, and I was proven not guilty by unanimous decision by the jury, which is all 12 said I was not guilty due to the evidence. Correct.
I understand that, and we are not bound by the same rules. We have to determine if we feel like that you're other circumstances. I won't get into a lot of detail about that. Okay, tell me about that. Tell me about that day if you'd like to, and make a statement, whatever your statement's in, so we can so we can decide, make our decision.
Okay, the same detectives, the same statement that they gave at my hearing,
Right?
the complete opposite from the statement they got on the stand and said, which was the complete opposite from the statement on the police report. They gave several different reports, several different statements. All of them contradicted each other. My lawyer, the jury, all seen it. They all made up different stories, and it was proven in trial that I was innocent.
Okay. All right. I have a question about this. You know, you're not supposed to be around guns. The
I know
gun, a detective, according, and all we have is the reports of what happened.
Okay.
And the fact, we do have the fact that you were found innocent by the by a federal jury, but the gun that you're supposed to have had, that the detectives with St. Charles Sheriff's Office say in the report that they saw you throw down, and it was behind the house where you ran. Tell me, how did that get your DNA on it? You read the reports, I'm sure, and during the trial,
It
introduced DNA evidence,
yeah,
correct?
it never once said it was my DNA. If you read the report correctly, it never said it was a match of my DNA. It never said that. It's the only thing it said it was a positive match for was a male. It never said it was a match for Anthony Kenneth's DNA. It could be somebody on my same blood type or anything to say it was my DNA. My fingerprints wasn't on his gun. And it's also the same detectives who I'm on parole for, the same narcotic agency that don't want me on the streets. I was just released from jail. It's obvious they don't want me on the streets.
Okay, according to what the report says, assuming a mixture of two individuals, the DNA was found on the gun. This mixture obtained is at least 360 quadrillion, which is a big number.
I understand.
Times more likely to be observed if it originated from Anthony Kenneth Jr. and one unknown unrelated individual than if from two unknown unrelated individuals.
And
in other words, I mean, how do you explain that's quite
the best way I could explain it the same way my lawyer explained it. If it was my DNA, it would say it was Anthony Kenneth's DNA. That's the purpose of a DNA test. That's the same thing my lawyer explained to the jury. Same thing my lawyer told when I was in trial. If it was Anthony Kenneth's DNA, it would say it was Anthony Kenneth's DNA. It wouldn't be no mixed up. It could be somebody on my same blood type, and it'll say it was the same type of DNA. It would say Anthony Kenneth's DNA if it was my DNA.
No, so we're not talking blood type. We're talking 360 quadrillion times more chance that it's you than someone else.
I know, but what I'm trying to say is, if you take a DNA sample to do DNA analysis, if it was my DNA, it'll say 100% match. It wouldn't be a mix up. It could be my DNA. If you take a DNA of yourself right now, and they'll say, okay, it's your DNA. It wouldn't say it could be or it's possibility. Same way my lawyer explained it in trial. That's why I was proven not guilty by 12 jurors.
Yes, well, I understand that.
And I also been in jail 18 months now with fraud. All the evidence is fraudulent. I've been in jail 18 months with fraudulent evidence. I was proven not guilty on every charge they locked me up for.
Okay. I'm looking, are you reading a letter from the DA by chance? Or the judge that mentions the quadrillion again? 360 quadrillion.
If I'm sure if that evidence was sophisticated strong enough, I would have got found guilty.
No,
wouldn't be a question about that if it was my DNA.
What they decide and what we decide with you in proximity are two different things.
I understand that, sir. I understand
that. Do you have any questions? You have a question?
I don't.
Okay, you have anything else you want to say about that?
No, I just wanted to say that I've been in here 18 months now. And it's been fraudulent evidence from day one. It's the same narcotic agency that I'm on parole for. The same detectives that I'm on parole for that was involved with this right here. And if the evidence was strong enough, To prove that I was guilty, I would have been found guilty. I've been in jail now 18 months with no evidence. That's all I'm saying. If it was my DNA, it'll say it's my DNA. It wouldn't say liability or it could be or it's possible. It'll say it's Anthony Kenneth's DNA. That's the whole point of a DNA analysis. Thank you.
Okay, all right, well, I think that, I'm trying to find this letter right quick. If you just give me just a second. I had it marked on here and,
So, but I'll ask a question while,
I think I've got it right.
Mr. Kenner, you were paroled in November of 2023, and this happened in February. Did you report?
Yeah,
And, did you paid your fees and everything?
everything I was supposed to do, I done.
Were you employed?
When we was detained, if I was able to bring that to the table, we was coming from filling out application at ADM, Aim Grain Elevator. We was en route from Grain Elevator when we was stopped by the police illegally. That's another thing that happened illegally. They had no proper cause to even stop us.
How many people were with you when you were stopped?
One.
And where's the other person that was involved in this? They never got charged with anything.
No, they got charged with traffic.
Okay, is there anything else that you would like to add? Okay, I believe that we're through asking questions. You're through with your statement, so it's time for us to vote. My vote, since I'm the one that was assigned to the case, and it takes 2 out of 3 votes to decide if you're to be revoked or not. But my particular vote, I believe that DNA, when you're talking about that many quadrillion chances of it being yours, I believe the gun was yours. I think you ran back there. I believe that the detective saw you throw it. It wasn't just one, it was 2. The gun was found right there where you ran. My vote is that you be revoked.
Excuse me. The same detectives got on the stand at my trial and said they didn't
Yes,
see me
sir.
throw a
Yes,
gun.
sir. Voting now, so.
Okay,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I concur with Mr. Prater that you should be revoked.
My vote is to do not revoke, to send you to a transitional work program for a period of 6 months. You were not found guilty and you've been in 18 months. So that would be my vote.
Okay, you, as of this morning at 8:49, you had 2 out of 3 decided to revoke you, and so therefore your parole is revoked at 8:49. Thank you. speaking.
Miss Carmen, who do you
And I-
have available with you today?
Just.
You're on mute.
I have Korey Bossier.
You have Korey? Okay.
And the
Okay, we're about to
judge-
get started in a few seconds.
Judge Craig?
Say them, they say you.
They got the X. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. My name is
Good
Steve
morning.
Prater. To my right is Jerry Ledoux. To my left is Carolyn Stapleton. We're the Committee on Parole. We'll be deciding about your revocation this morning. I understand that you're in you're in Claiborne Detention Center. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is
Yes.
there any staff in Claiborne there?
Yes, yes, sir.
Would you, staff, would you introduce yourselves, please?
Hi, I'm Carmen Nixon. I'm the transition specialist here.
Okay, Ms. Nixon, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And appreciate you hosting us this morning. Mr. Bossier, what's your DOC number?
513603.
513063, sound right? Yes, sir. So you passed that
Yes, sir.
test. Okay, good.
Yes,
Well, we're gonna
sir.
give you a chance this morning to talk to us about your revocation here. This is our second hearing of the day, so we've already introduced the staff here and all that. It's 8:58 in the morning, just for purposes of the record, August the 6th of 2025. Your case has been assigned to Miss Carolyn Stapleton, to my left, and she's going to be handling the entire proceedings. But we have, well, let's see, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Stapleton. And Ms. Stapleton, at the appropriate time, if you call on,
Okay.
the witness.
Okay, sir, let me pull up the case here. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you? Do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you signed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, so we can proceed. All right, so we have in front of us that you violated, condition 4, 8, and 10. And so I'm gonna read each one out to you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Number 4, I will not engage in criminal activity, nor will I associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. I will avoid bars and casino. I will refrain from illegal use of drugs. It said you committed the offense of battery of a dating partner. Third offense on or about 10/20/2024. On 5/23/2025, you pled guilty to an amended plea of simple battery and was sentenced to 4 months in the parish jail with credit for time served. What you plead to that one?
Ma'am, the reason why it was, if I may speak, it was because of the district attorney, James Clark. And
Uh-huh.
I didn't want to take the plea of that charge, but he because first of all, I never committed the charge, the crime. I don't want to fight it, but he was stating that they had wrote a affidavit saying that it wasn't me, but he still didn't want to amend the charge to dismiss it. So he like, I guarantee you that they will not violate you if you take this charge. I'm like, but man, they're gonna violate me because it's a crime of nature. He like, well, no, I've been doing this. This is what I'm specialized in. So if you take this plea, then I'm guarantee you that you're gonna go home. You know, I got kids out there. I do have a past history. As enough as much as y'all can pretty see.
That's violence, right? Because this is third offense.
Yes, yes, ma'am. So that's why I didn't want to take, because I never committed domestic violence on this
Well,
time.
we're going to cut to the chase. This is where they got probable cause, okay? The police
Yes, ma'am.
were called out on October the 20th, 2024, and they responded to reference to a battery of dating partner. The victim was Althea Callis, and the suspect, Korey Bossier. You'd been texting her to come over to the residence, and she denied your request. She came over anyway. And Mr. Bossier turned to Ms. Callis and struck her in the face, causing her mouth to bleed and for her to have a cut on her lip. And you did that with a closed fist. So in the report, I'm not going to read the whole report.
Yes, ma'am.
The injury sustained was swelling around the lips, bleeding from and within Ms. Callis's mouth. So
I had a witness. I have a witness, some witnesses to where when that allegedly happened. That's why I wanted to go to trial. I had witnesses when this allegedly happened where I wasn't even there. I couldn't be at two places at one time.
Okay.
I had my significant other should have been on the
lawyer's
thing.
advice and you pled, okay? And it was
Yes.
pled down to a
Yes.
simple battery.
And then yes, ma'am. And so they told me to take the if I take the plea, I wouldn't be in front of y'all this morning.
Well,
You know, that's
okay, so let's move on, okay? So you're pleading not guilty, even though you pled guilty to that.
yes,
And
ma'am.
about
I'm not
these-
guilty.
Okay,
Yeah, if it's my
All right.
significant
Number
other
8.
as well on the hearing. Excuse me,
All right.
because she had tried to log in as one of my witnesses, and she, there was
okay,
no.
all right,
She,
so Miss
Christy
Christy
Harris.
Harris.
Yes,
Is Miss
she's
Christy
on.
Harris?
Because she had called and said they was gonna contact her back when the hearing started. Because I was with her, and I can't be in two places at one time.
Not able to get through to us?
The number that you have is the wrong number.
The number that we have here is the wrong number.
It's 337-442-7226.
Okay. Hold on just 1 minute. We had the wrong number. They're gonna try that number.
You can finish with it. Yeah, you can.
Okay, all right, so let's go on to number 8. It said you did not successfully complete the Lafayette Parish Sheriff's Office day reporting program.
That is correct, due to me having the warrant out for my arrest behind this charge. Behind the charge, I couldn't complete it. While I was in it, I was active. I had one dirty UA when I first got there. I did have test one positive. From testing that positive, I stayed in there, I want to say 12 weeks after, and I was clean. All my UAs came back clean. I was negative, as well as being active and being like a group leader as a mentor, as well as participating wise into the group. And that was at Lafayette Parish daily reporting.
Okay, well, it says here that Bossier admitted to this violation. Okay, so I guess you were hiding because you had a warrant out for your arrest, right? So you didn't.
No, ma'am, I had that.
Okay, so would you like to go ahead, Ms. Harrison, speak?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Would you like to speak?
Yes.
Okay, what do you have to say?
He like complied for everything and like the girl that really did for the charges is on charges because like the day that she did that it was done, he was with me like I'm gonna be honest with you, like he was living with me and my mom, like my mom, my brother, and stuff there, thinking about what with the internet, and then she found out that he was dating. That's when she went about the phone, thing. So, yeah, if it's any way possible that, I mean, like, yeah, pick random, you know, photo or whatever. Because like I said, he was doing what he was supposed to get going for his classes. Like, I mean, passing all his drugs, and then, looking for jobs or whatever, like, he really was trying. Like, and then when she found out that he was dating, he made some all his drugs report.
Okay, well, we have a police report, and in the police report, the officer actually gives a description of the injuries. And he pled guilty to simple battery on that one. And then he also pled guilty to not reporting to the day program. So, thank you. Don't hang up. Oh, okay. All right, we'll wait until she hears it.
And the reason why when I did the hearing with the parole officers, with the classes, like I told them that it was due to me, I couldn't be into the program with the warrant on me. So I was trying to get the warrant resolved, and the only way I could get the warrant resolved is to come and to turn myself in, be placed in custody. That was the only way I could have. So the program now, as far as completing it, no, I did not complete the program, but it was only due to the fact of the nature of I had a warrant. That was the reason why.
All right, and then number 10, you are $1,134 in arrears of your supervision fee and $65 in arrear for your processing fee. Earlier you admitted you are guilty to that. What do you say to that?
Well, I know the same thing. I spoke to my parole officer, and he had given me a waiver of allowing me to have time to work with get the fees because I was incarcerated. And this is like
great arrears, but he was working with his officers to get them caught up. So I see where that is. So my next. Okay, so the one that we've got guilty for that you admitted guilty to was number 8, correct?
With the program?
Yes, with the program. And then you had a guilty plea for simple battery.
And like I said, the only reason why the plea of that simple battery is because of what the DA and like I got my kids. I was just trying to get home to take care of the kids. If I knew that's what it brought me in front of the board, then I would have just continued to wait it out because I don't want to plead guilty to something that I ain't guilty to, with all due respect. And when he was guaranteeing me, and he like, trust me, I guarantee you, you will not be violated of your parole. And I'm like, man, I can't do that, man. He like, man, just trust me, man. And my lawyer advised me as well.
Mr. Boat, I've got a police report, and you're a third offender for domestic violence based upon probable cause.
And do you have the affidavit as well? She wrote of admitting to her. She had wrote an affidavit admitting that she was on medication and had a surgery.
Okay, listen, we're going to cut this off. Based upon probable cause that existed for number 4 and number 8, and I know your parole officer was working with you on number 10, I'm going to revoke you today.
Do you have any questions, Stephen? Steve?
Yeah.
Are you a 5th felony offender?
Yes, ma'am.
I just didn't know if it was 3rd or 5th. Okay, that's all.
Yeah, because I mean, like, my understanding is I'm getting revoked today, so I was really swindled and taking a plea.
Okay,
I
just had a question about what your offender class was. I've not, because she said 3rd.
Yes, ma'am.
Violence. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's all. My vote is to revoke today.
And I had a
based on
question, no, I had a question though.
Evidence.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There'll be a time for questions and all that with the board later, not this morning, because this is your hearing. And I think that it takes 2 votes to revoke you. You already have the 2 votes. And my vote also is to revoke. And so as of 9:12 this morning, your parole has been revoked. Thank you, sir. Okay, good morning. My name is Steve Prater. To my left is Miss Carolyn Stapleton. To my right is Jerry Ledoux. We're the Committee on Parole. We're speaking on a revocation here to Richland Parish. We're speaking to Mr. Ronnie Pridgett. If I'm saying that name right, Pridgett?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. All right, Mr. Pridgett, what is your DOC number?
Don't know it right off. I got a booking number though.
Okay, well, that's okay. What's your last four digits of your social security number?
4831.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. And you're at Richland Parish Detention Center. Would the staff at Richland introduce yourself, please?
Good morning. I'm Sergeant Frank Kelly.
Okay, Sergeant, thank you for hosting us this morning. Mr. Pridgett, you're here on a revocation hearing, and we're in Baton Rouge, as I said before, we're in Baton Rouge, Louisiana Committee on Parole, and we're going to be deciding whether to revoke your parole this morning or not. And so, well, is it a revocation? Yeah. Okay, it doesn't say. Take your time. Yes, we'll be deciding about your revocation. And on your particular case, Ms. Ledoux has your case, and she's going to be handling the question of you and going over your rule violations and that sort of thing. So, Ms. Deere, would you start us out?
Good morning, Mr. Pridgett. How are you today?
I guess I'll be all right, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to make sure that you have completed a parole questionnaire. Do you have a piece of paper in front of you that has your signature on it?
Yes.
And you recognize your signature. That is the Supreme Court guidelines for appointed counsel, and you're not eligible. So what I'm going to do now is read some allegations, Mr. Pridgett, about your violations. And I need you to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, guilty with a statement. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So number two, violation of rule number 2, you failed to report monthly as instructed. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Okay. Number 3, you moved from your listed residence without notifying your officer of a new address. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Number 3, number 2, second part, you violated this condition by being in Texas without permission. That was evidenced by arrest April 5th, 2025.
I plead guilty on that, but I also have reasons of why.
Okay. Number 4, you were arrested on April 5th by the Houston Police Department for the offense of terroristic threat against a peace officer. The charge is still pending. How do you plead?
I plead not guilty.
Okay. And you're in arrears in the amount of $819. How do you plead?
Guilty.
So you're saying that you reported all of your every month that you were supposed to report, Mr. Pridgett, you reported?
Yes, I was going to court at the same time, and at the following time, I was staying with my nephew because I had no other choice because all of my money was stolen while I was in jail, and I was having like a rough time on doing everything.
Wait, so I thought your money was stolen when you were in Texas.
No, ma'am, it was stolen right here at the City Correctional Center.
Okay. So were you in Texas? Did you have written permission from your probation officer to be in Texas?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So on rule violation 3A, I would have to find you guilty because you were in Texas and didn't have permission to be there.
Well, at the time, I had no other choice because, like I say, all of my money was taken, and I had to go out there where my bank account was to see what I had to do to try to get it back. And that's the reason I went. And the reason I got arrested, I don't know today why she arrested me for a threat when I didn't do anything. I was trying to report another theft charge against me, and they locked me up.
Because you had a crowbar and you were swinging it at the officer. That's
No,
why they arrested, according to the police report. I'm gonna tell you,
that's a lie, ma'am. It's all a lie, though.
and there were 3 witnesses. Okay,
Yeah.
I've read all of the police reports. I'm not going to argue. The
I'm
police.
not arguing. I'm just saying I didn't do any of that. I had the crowbar trying to break the lock off a bicycle. That's all I was doing with the crowbar. And all that other stuff is irrelevant.
Okay, okay. So you have a failure to appear in Texas right now. So, do either of my colleagues have any questions?
I thought they threw that out. I thought they OR'd me in Texas.
According to the information we have, the charge is still pending.
But I don't understand because they didn't give me no court date or nothing.
Okay.
That's what I don't understand.
Well, Mr. Pridgett, what I don't understand is why you were in Texas without permission. You could have gotten permission if you needed to go. Your parole officer would have worked with you, I feel certain.
Well,
And so that's a violation of the rules.
right, I understand, ma'am. But at the time, I didn't know what else to do because I ain't have no money to pay nothing. Then everything I had was shut down because they took all of my money while I was in here doing time. And then I get out, they don't stole all of my money. So I don't know which way to do. I had to get my sister to get me out there just to get to the bank to see what I needed to do. So that's where I was standing. All this other stuff is irrelevant. And then the guy
All right.
runs over in my car and everything, and it just messed up.
I know, and you'll have an opportunity when you're out to just deal with that. My vote today, Mr. Pridgett, based on the fact that you violated condition number 3A of being in Texas without permission, is to revoke your parole.
Okay, Ms. Stapleton?
I agree with, Ms. Ledoux.
And I agree also to revoke your parole violations, Rule 2, 3, 4, and 10. And so as of 9:27 this morning, your parole is revoked and adjourned. Thank you.
What is it? It's it?
I don't know what they're doing. Nothing but still.
Good morning. My name is Steve Prayer. To my left is Carolyn Templeton and Stapleton, I'm sorry. I always call him Miss Templeton because I know someone named Carolyn Templeton. And to my right is Jerry Ledoux. We're at the Baton Rouge headquarters of the Department of Corrections. The time is 9:33. The date is August the 6th of 2025. We're here to talk about a case where Mr. Jody Craig has asked to be paroled, to be let out early from his completing his sentence. He's at the Louisiana State Penitentiary and staff at Louisiana State Penitentiary. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Deputy Warden Rochelle Ambo. Deputy Warden Ashley Olivo.
Reginald Admiral, application.
Carmen Chipley, offender records.
Okay, thank you. And we'll call on you in just a little bit. And we have some people here that are observing this, and some people here that will be testifying on behalf of your effort, Mr. Craig, to be released. And we have people that are going to be testifying against your effort to be released that are here. And I see you have a number of people behind you. And of course, we will introduce them as they speak. I think that one of them there is going to speak, Miss Melinda House. Then Gerald Jackson is going to speak here in headquarters. And then Kerry Myers is Zooming in with Louisiana Parole Project, and he's going to be speaking. Before we do that and get into that, since we've had introductions, and this is our fourth or fifth case this morning, so we have formally opened our session. Before we get into anything else, that's all the procedural matters we have. So it'll go like this, Mr. Craig. I'm going to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself, give us your DLC number, and tell us exactly why you're there. Tell us what you've accomplished since you've been there, as far as that's going to help in your effort to convince us to parole you, and to give us a little bit of background on you. Then we're going to ask the facility there at Louisiana State Penitentiary to tell us what kind of fellow you've been there. Then I'll ask you some questions since the case was assigned to me. And then my co-workers here will ask questions, then we'll make our decision. Pretty simple process. So,
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Craig, the show is yours. This is your chance to try to convince us that you're worthy of being paroled early.
Yes, sir. My name is Jody Craig, number 92113. I've been incarcerated since December the 10th, 1979. Started out on a day where I had a drinking associate of mine that came by, and we went out on Highway 31 and started hitting a bunch of lounges and all of that. And drinking at that time in my life, it was kind of a void in my life. A bad decision that I'd made, and I started out, and for some reason, after we went to quite a few clubs, I stole a truck, got in the company truck that he had ridden in, cranked it up, stole it, and threw a ride in it. After I rode around and went to different various places, I threw a ride in the vehicle, and then one thing led to another. I ended up committing the crime of aggravated kidnapping and had Mr. Jim Rogers drive me to Bossier City. And then I had released him. I seen a couple coming out of the Ravana restaurant in Bossier City. Then I committed the crime of aggravated kidnapping on Michael Wayne Hardaway and Cynthia Baxter, and had them drive me on the interstate going toward Mississippi. And at some point around that area, I had made the decision to where I killed Michael Wayne Hardaway in Delhi, Louisiana, and had done it, and then continued to drive and was caught in a 10-car roadblock in Vicksburg, Mississippi, and had signed extradition back to Louisiana. And you know, the impact of this crime, it was, you know, over the years and all, I had really hit bottom. It was a time in my life due to that decision that it was really an irrational act. I'm the one that had made that decision and all that, but, you know, alcohol played a profound influence in it. I'm sorry for my crimes. I've tried to vocalize that to the victims that were impacted by this. And I've also, when I hit bottom and I came to Louisiana State Prison and finally ended up here after being convicted, I had really hit bottom. I didn't want any trouble. And due to the self-help programs they had right here at LSP, I became involved in the program of Alcoholics Anonymous, and it helped me to realize things about myself, what was going on in my life, a way that I could demonstrate, make amends, try to become a better person, and try to reestablish stuff to where I realized the accountability. Not only did I hurt myself and my relationship to God, I hurt various victimized families. I victimized my own family, society. And so due to the programs that they have right here, I was able to learn a lot about myself. I was able to be involved in so many self-help programs, not only the United States JCs, but Toastmasters, Alcoholics Anonymous, substance abuse. And even though I was denied parole last time I came before the parole board, life continues on. My relationship around 1995, I'm a convert to the Catholic faith. For many years in my life, I was agnostic, but I began to seek, and I found Jesus through the church and began to establish that relationship. And through that, I became very actively involved in it. And for many years, it's helped me out tremendously, become such a part of my life. And the board and all recommended more programs. I had no problem with that because these programs are really good. Continued with it. I have a lot of support, not only from the church, but my family and myself. And my plan is to stay involved with the church and also with various recovery support groups and try to get out there and make a difference through volunteering my time, whether it be with prison ministry or whatever. The board was right in that area and addressing that. And I just want to say that I'm a change for the better, and I'm grateful for everything that these programs have offered me to where I can realize, to where I can make those amends and become a better person in society at large.
Okay. Thank you. We appreciate those comments, and we will certainly take them into consideration when we make our decision. Is the warden or the deputy warden available in the room to talk to us, please, about the, yes, ma'am. Would you tell us what fellow he's been?
Okay, so Mr. Craig has great work ethics. He's a Class A trustee. He's very well mannered and cooperative with anything orders that he's given. He only had a total of 12 DB reports the whole time he's been here. The last one being in November 2002. He has taken 100 hours, substance abuse, anger management, victim awareness, and letter training, thinking for a change, celebrate recovery, which is a part of Alcoholics Anonymous. He's a member of Toastmasters and the JC, and his Tiger is low.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate that bit of information. Well, we'll move on now to Mr. Korey Myers, who is on Zoom representing Louisiana Parole Project. And what are y'all willing to do, Mr. Myers?
Good morning. Korey Myers is the Louisiana Parole Project. We're here in support of Jody Craig's parole. We supported Mr. Craig through his clemency process and through his first hearing. As he stated, in many cases, people who get denied have two options. They can spiral, they can lose hope, or they can take that and the recommendations of the board. They can take it to heart and they can continue to improve. Jody has done exactly that. Jody has been incarcerated for 45 years. He's 68 years old. We certainly understand the needs of someone who's been incarcerated that long and at his age. Parole Project will provide him with transitional programming upon release. We'll take him into our program. He'll get a case manager, a mentor, directly to work with him. He'll become versed in technology, particularly in social norms, understanding simply how the world works today outside of incarceration. We'll provide him with all the support he needs to connect to any services, his medical. We'll continue to, we have already worked with his family. His long-term plan is already initiated his ICOTS to Texas. And that is his long-term plan to return to Texas once he completes a parole project. But we are prepared to work with Jody through this transition. By all accounts, during his 45 years of incarceration, Jody's been a model prisoner, hasn't had a write-up in 23 years, has availed himself to all of the things that prison has to offer him. He's no threat to public safety. We come before this board often. You see petitioners become before this board often. And in so many cases, the offense is difficult. They're all difficult. We understand that. Jody has done everything he can to become the person he is today. We believe that. That's why we've been with Jody since his clemency hearing, and we'll continue to support Jody. We'll ask this board to consider these factors today and grant his parole.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Myers. Thank you for the job that y'all do, the work you do, and thank you for your comments. We'll take them very seriously. We'll move on to Mr. Gerald Jackson, who is headquarters here. Mr. Jackson, would you tell us exactly what your relationship with is and what you have to say?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. My name is Gerald Jackson. I served as a volunteer chaplain in Angola for 21 years. In my last 5 years there, I was full-time chaplain. So I worked directly with Jody. Jody was my clerk in the chaplain's office. And I guess over my last 5 years in Angola, I probably saw Jody more than I saw my family because I was there very often. One of the reasons why Jody was in that position, he was assigned to that position by my predecessor, Father Bernie Companion, is that Jody was extremely trustworthy. Not only was he competent in doing the job that we asked him to do, but we needed someone in that position that we could trust. We needed to protect the integrity of the chapel when we weren't in the building itself. We needed someone to be able to handle records properly. And everything that we asked Jody to do, he did it exceptionally well. He was extremely dependable, extremely responsible. Again, there was nothing I could ask Jody to do that he couldn't do. And in many cases, Jody knew me so well that he could answer my questions before I answered. The other thing that I asked Jody to do is to get very involved with our retreat program. During the course of the time that I was there, even before it started, I was there. There was a retreat program where high school juniors would come up to Angola, and we had like 26 different groups a year that would come up there on a Saturday. And Jody was one of my speakers. And the reason I wanted Jody to be one of the speakers is because Jody was able to talk openly about what he had done. He admitted what he had done. He had taken responsibility. He explained to the students the consequences of his actions, and also talked to them about being forgiven. And also, God's forgiveness and stuff like that, and the relationship to his church and stuff like that. Very, very genuine, very, very heartfelt. I thought that Jody connected with the kid because he was so genuine in his message to them that he was very, very effective. Jody also had a strong family network. I've gotten to know Jody's family members since I've gotten to know Jody, and I feel very comfortable in the environment that Jody may be able to go back to. He'll have the support he needs. I'm coming up to you to mention to you that this is one of the most comfortable talks I've been able to ever give about somebody that I'm speaking for. Because I got to know Jody so well that I feel quite comfortable in where he is today. And again, I ask for y'all's consideration. There's no doubt in my mind that Jody will do well if he's given that opportunity, and I appreciate y'all's time.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you for your passion, for your faith, your passion for helping people, and your passion for him.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Now we'll continue with people that are in favor The last speaker will be Melinda House, who is the sister who is at Louisiana State Penitentiary. Melinda, we can hear you from there, so you don't have to get up or anything.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning. I am Melinda Craig House. I'm Jody's sister, and I'm here today to speak in support of Jody. Over the years, I've been coming to Angola since I was 15, and I'm so thankful that over those years of time coming that I saw for myself the desire and the willingness for Jody to change and turn his life around. And not only that, but so many over the years, every time we come visit, I have someone to approach us that always tells us what an exceptional inmate and what a good person Jody has become. And so that's not something that, you know, we've asked for. They are willing to tell us about that. And even as close as last month, I had someone to approach me. And so I'm so thankful for the Christian man that he is today. Although, you know, our thoughts and prayers have always been with the families that are so deeply impacted by all of this. And but I'm so thankful for all the things that he has done. He has an excellent disciplinary. He's been a trustee for over 35 years. His prison ministry faith, and not only the mentors that Jay Jackson and the current chaplain and others here, but also we have a great support in our community. There are two well-respected leaders in our community that own businesses family-owned businesses for 45 years, and they both are willing to give Jody employment. We have so many in our community have wrote in letters of support, and they're all wanting the best and wanting to be there to support Jody when he comes home. Our family, we have, he'll be able to come home and have a loving and stable environment. We would like for Jody to continue with his prison ministry. I've reached out to even the local diocese and talked to the deacon there, and that's over prison ministry where we're from. And if Jody's granted today, he said he would look forward to having someone like Jody to come. And I know God has used Jody. He speaks on those retreats to the young people. He has helped so many here in Angola with helping them get their GEDs. I know God's used him here, and I know that he has such bigger plans for him if given the opportunity to come home. And I humbly ask you today if y'all would grant Jody's parole, and I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you. You're a loyal sister, and we appreciate your comments. We'll take them into consideration. I would ask that everyone in the room there, starting with the man that is on your direct left, would you introduce yourself for purposes of the record, please?
My name is Thomas Key, Jody's cousin.
Okay.
Jody Craig, brother.
Okay.
Angelo Nola. Chaplain.
Thank you. Okay, behind you.
Michael Wagner, childhood friend. Grew up with the family.
William Messenger, chaplain here at Louisiana State Penitentiary.
Maria Messenger, volunteer chaplain.
Okay, thank y'all for being there in support of him. We appreciate that very much. Okay, we'll move on to those that are in opposition, and we have some that are on Zoom, but they will not be speaking. Mr. Cody Boyd with the Bossier Parish ADA's office, and I'm not sure if the Bossier District Attorney is here or not, is on Zoom or not, but I know he was interested also. Jason Parker, who is the Webster Parish Sheriff, he is on Zoom. Those that are here to speak are going to be Justin Lewis, who is the victim's nephew, and Representative Raymond Cruz with the House of Representatives. And so we'll start off with Mr. Lewis. Would you talk to us, please?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jody said that alcohol had a profound effect on him, led him to make some irrational decisions. He stated that alcohol anonymous and the Catholic Church has helped him change. I know many people who are drinking are alcoholics. It's profound in many of their lives and has made them all make irrational decisions. I don't know of any of those irrational decisions leading to burglary, robbery, kidnap, and murder. I pray the board will use the most stringent caution when releasing someone to a society where alcohol can be purchased on every corner to prevent more irrational decisions being made. I am sure victims awareness is a fantastic course, but I think for it to be successful, the person would have to know who the victims are. When Jody went to the Rogers residence, he got out with 2 guns. I was at the Rogers residence Sunday. Mr. Rogers' daughter and daughter-in-law Melanie showed me where he went inside the house and jerked the phone off the wall where no phone calls could be made. He told them he killed someone in Kilgore earlier that day. He and another associate had been at bars since early that morning. They stole a gun at one bar and got into a fight at another. That's when he stole Ricky Black's truck and drove toward Tyler. He wanted to take Melanie, who was 7 months pregnant. He held his gun on her when Mr. Rogers entered the house and pleaded with him to take him instead. As they were leaving, Mr. Rogers' wife, Polly, drove up to the house. Jody told Melanie and Jim Rogers Jr. to tell Polly that they were going on a beer run. He told them if they told her anything else, he'd come back and kill them all. He held a pistol up to Jim Rogers' head several times on the way to Bossier. Mr. Rogers drove back roads all the way to Bossier and avoided the interstate. So it was a longer drive than it would have taken on the interstate. That's how they drove up in front of the Ravana restaurant on Highway 80. Jim Rogers Sr. suffered until the day he died and the trauma he endured that day. He had recurring nightmares for 13 years until the day he died. He blamed himself for Mike's death. Melanie is still scared to be alone to this day. Melanie Rogers, Polly Rogers, and Jim Rogers Jr. victims of that. I'm glad he goes to church. My son said that even agnostics in the Marine Corps go to church on Sundays to avoid tearing down the whole platoon's barracks and putting them back together. The same can apply to prisoners. He was agnostic prior to going there. He said he couldn't come up with words to describe his actions that day. I decided to help him today by reading his words a year after this crime happened from the Richland Parish public file. He said he was in a bar that morning and got an overwhelming feeling that he had to get out of there. He immediately walked out of the bar and stole a truck. He said he wasn't in control of his actions. Later that day, after the robbery and kidnapping Tyler, he pulled into a restaurant in Bossier City, saw a young man and woman getting into the car, pulled a gun on them and forced them to drive him east toward Mississippi. He then recognized the man as Mike Hardaway. He began to feel very strange riding in the car. He became aware of having sexual feelings toward the woman, and he wanted to have sex with her. He had Mike drive off down the road near Delhi. When he got out of the car to urinate, he forced Mike out. When he was getting back in the car, he told Mike to step back. Then he had this strange, uncontrolled feeling to shoot Mike. The next thing he realized, he had shot the man. He said Mike made a noise and fell on the ground, flopping like a chicken. I don't know if I felt remorse or something, if I would describe it that way a year later. I believe I would probably hit that, flopping like a chicken. I think I would have. I'd like everyone to know that that wasn't the end of Mike. He shot him 200 feet from a highway down an old gravel road and then sped off in the car like a coward. With bullets tearing through almost all of Mike's vital organs and shattering many bones in his body, he crawled on his hands and knees all the way to the highway yelling for help. That's where all the scars came from that were on his hand in his casket. A man named Pat Patterson, nearly 300 yards away, heard him yelling after the gunshots and went to see what the problem was. When Pat got there, Mike was dying. before he faded away, he was able to tell him who Jody was and that he had Cynthia and he was taking her toward Mississippi. Mike began to fade as he mentioned his mom and dad being older and his dad not doing well. He died moments later. Pat Patterson was a victim also. He cries till this day over Mike's death, wishing that there was something he could have done. If I had more time, I'd go into details. When Mike's belongings were returned to his parents, the police advised them not to take the clothes he was wearing that night because they were way too blood-soaked. Mike was a hero that day. Jody was a coward. In closing, I've watched several of these parole hearings, and I hear people say everyone deserves a second chance. Does second chance mean third chance? Does second chance mean fourth chance? I'd say our first chance is given to us between the ages of 16 and 18, old enough to know right from wrong. I believe he got a second chance at that age when he got drunk and disorderly. I believe he got a third chance with a drug possession charge, and I believe he got a fourth chance with an assault on the law enforcement. But let's dismiss all those. The only thing he gave Mike was death. Law enforcement gave him a chance to surrender on the bridge. In his words, as soon as he saw the roadblock, he automatically put the gun under the seat and raised his hands and surrendered. Warren County Sheriff Paul Barrett figured there'd be a gun battle and had 18 lawmen set up on the Mississippi side of the bridge. They gave him a chance to live. He was given another second chance when he pled to second-degree murder and kidnapping. He was given 2 life sentences. He was charged with first-degree murder, but that comes with the possibility of death penalty. He decided to make a deal to go to prison for life without the possibility of parole to avoid the death penalty. Now, he wants another second chance. Parole wouldn't be a second chance. It wouldn't be a third chance. Jody Craig told Jim Rogers Jr., Jim Rogers Sr., Melanie Rogers, Mike Hardaway, and Cynthia Baxter that he would not be taken alive. He stated that if they got him, he would take them with him. He made good on that statement 6 hours after he took Mr. Rogers. I think he would have sobered up by then. That's why I think it needs to be extreme caution to let someone out where alcohol can be purchased on every corner. In his clemency hearing and parole hearing, Mr. Wise asked Jody if he killed him because he knew him. Jody stated that's not the reason that he killed him. He told Bonnie Jackson the same answer in his last parole hearing. He didn't kill any of the Rogers. He didn't kill Miss Baxter. He killed Mike. The only thing standing between him and sexually assaulting Miss Baxter was Mike. Jody says there was no reason that he killed Mike. In his own words, he wanted to have sex with Miss Baxter. That's never been brought up here. That's never been brought up when it comes of what he did that day. Jody's family owned a dairy farm on the Mike Pope Road in Shamaloo. It was located a quarter mile down the road from where Mike and his family are buried, including my father. His family would give bull yearlings to Mike's family each year. Jody spent the night with Mike at his house. They knew each other.
Mr. Lewis, would you kind of wrap it up, please? So I think
Yes,
we got
thank
just what you wanted to say.
Yes, sir. This is the last paragraph. When y'all voted communing his sentence, y'all told me this wasn't a vote to turn him loose. You said you heard me when I spoke how this destroyed Mike's parents. You said, we hear you now, and I told you Mike's daddy cried every day, all day, until the day he died, December 25th, 1979, 14 days after on Christmas morning. The doctors told everyone that he died of a broken heart. Taketsubo Carter, he wasn't diagnosed in 1979. It was diagnosed in 1990. It's broken heart syndrome, very real thing caused by grief. My family has always felt like he killed 2 people that day. I could go on, but I'm not going to. That's my point. It's his decision to get life in prison without the possibility of parole to live. He chose that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate those comments. I know they're heartfelt and for your family. Sorry about what you've gone through. Representative Raymond Cruz, sir, would you tell us what's on your mind?
Thank you, Chair Prater, and the rest of the board, and everybody that's attending today. I just heard about this case recently. I represent Bossier Parish where this occurred. And it was brought to my attention that this parole hearing was being held. I can tell you, I can't think of much more than Mr. Lewis said in terms of why this shouldn't be granted. I actually support Cody. I do, and or Jody, but not for his release. I support him to be incarcerated and continue in that manner. I wear socks today. The state of Louisiana says union, justice, and confidence. And the citizens of the state expect justice and confidence. And I think granting this parole would do the opposite. We need the people to know that we're looking out for them and we're executing justice the way it's needed. When I read the string of events and all the prior times that Mr. Craig has been on the opposite side of law enforcement, I saw a pattern. I saw a pattern. When I looked at his apprehension over in Tyler of his first victim there at about 5 o'clock and realized the time it takes to drive today on the interstate to Vicksburg is 5 hours, 4 hours. But on the back roads, whatever, it's many, many hours. So I'm thinking he had plenty of time to think about what he's doing, what the consequences of this would be. And I believe he's got all the chances he needs to be able to be released and that it's haven't been granted. I don't think they should. I do think that for everything we do, there's a consequence. And unfortunately, the consequence for him is continued incarceration. I think that's best for the people of Louisiana. I think that's best for the families that have been impacted. But I think that is what justice is. Many times we suffer things from our decisions, and there's just no way around it. And I'm afraid that needs to continue in this. So I appreciate y'all giving me the time to speak. I was amazed at how much the internet has not done for us yet, because I researched this on the internet for several hours. We don't have all these records recorded. So to hear some of those documents from Richland Parish were eye-opening, even further to me. I thought on the evidence that I had just from the arrest records, whatever, Bossier and the police there, that was reason enough to keep them incarcerated. But after hearing all the details, I'm convinced the people of the state would want to see continued incarceration in this. Sorry for the family that this has happened in their life and the Craig family, but I'm even more sorry for the victims of this continued series of crimes. And I would appreciate that y'all give a strong consideration to denying this parole. Thank you.
Thanks, sir, for taking time to come and talk to us, and we will take all of those seriously, okay? Mr. Craig, this case has been assigned to me, and it's, I don't think anybody else is going to speak. Hold on just a second, Mr. Craig. No one else is going to speak, correct? Okay. All right, that's all that will be speaking. I've already identified and introduced them. Everyone else that's on Zoom that we're aware of. And so, anyway, it's my, as the interviewer, as the lead on this thing, I'm supposed to ask you questions. I don't have a lot of questions about the crime, but, and I don't have a lot of questions because we've had so much extensive, coverage as far as support and as far as being against you. I've read the file, several hundred pages of the police reports and the file and all that. And we all know how egregious the crime was. And also, I don't have a lot of questions to ask. In fact, I have no questions. Miss Jerry, do you have, Miss Ledoux, do you have any questions that you'd like to ask?
No, I've read it all thoroughly. Thank you.
Do you have any questions that you'd like to ask, Mr.
No, just that the young man that was killed was only 23 years old. I read that. And then they had two funerals in 2 weeks because the dad died, like you said. And I do know they have documented broken heart syndrome. So all of it's sad.
Okay. All right. I think everybody's got all the questions. You said what you need to say. We've heard for the pros and the cons. And so it's time for us to make a decision. It's my responsibility to be the first one to vote. And it takes a unanimous vote to grant your parole. And having studied the case extensively, and we all agree, even you agree how heinous the crime was. And so my vote is I want to tell you how proud I am of your accomplishments and all that, but at some point, there has to be consequences. And you pled to the sentence that you got. And so I feel like that's what you need to serve this particular time. And so my vote is to deny your request for a parole. Ms. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Prater for the same reason. You pled, made a plea bargain, and the crime was very heinous.
Ms. Gary?
Mr. Craig, 21-year-old, who does this, you've served 45 years. You've done so many good things. Today, my vote is going to be to deny, but I see that you've done what you need to do. You're doing the things you need to do. Okay? So my vote is to deny that.
Okay, Mr. Craig, I'm sorry to tell you, but your parole's been denied this morning. The time is 10:09. That's the end of this hearing. Okay, good morning. Are you Mr. Carl Foster?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is your DOC number?
3680-81.
Okay, well, we're here to talk about your request for a parole. And that's what we're gonna be dealing with this morning. We've had several hearings before yours, so we've made introductions. You can see from our name tags who we are. And so that's pretty clear. We're in Baton Rouge at headquarters, and you're at the Louisiana State Penitentiary. We've also had folks there introduce themselves as far as the staff goes. In a few minutes, we'll find out who's seated behind you. The way this will go will be this. I will ask you to tell us what you did to get you into Louisiana State Penitentiary, what you've done since you've been there as far as giving us the high points, and why you think you're worthy and deserving of being paroled early. Okay, then we will move into I think the deputy warden is there. We'll ask them to tell us exactly what you've done, what kind of fellow you've been since you've been incarcerated. Then we'll move into those that support you. Some of them will speak, and we'll limit those to a couple of minutes each. Then we'll talk to those that are in opposition. And then we will ask some questions ourselves. Mr. Ledoux will lead the questioning, and then we'll make our decision. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. So as of right now, it's your day, and it's your turn, and you tell us what you did to get you there, like I said, and what you've done since you've been there.
Man, Carl Foster. I was convicted of armed robbery and attempt manslaughter. And that's what got me here. And what I've been doing since I've been here is I applied myself to take, I took Thinking for a Change class, 100-hour pre-release class, victim awareness, substance abuse, anger management. I have a degree in welding, and I believe that I've become a different person since I've been here. I come here as a young man, and if I leave, I'm gonna be an old man. And I pretty much, I'm not the same person I was when I first got here. I come here, I applied myself to make myself a better person by taking these classes and these courses. And I even, I wanna say that I just wanna get out and be a better person for myself and for my family and friends. I owe my victims an apology for the things I did, and I just appreciate the chance to be here and have a chance to get out of here.
Okay. All right, well, we appreciate those words. We'll take them into consideration. What about the deputy warden? Would you tell us what kind of fellow he's been since he's been locked up?
So since he's been here, he's served about 24 years. He came here in 2002 to LSC. He's a Class B trustee. He's worked as a barber, but currently he's working on line 15A, which is a grass lawn care, like grass cutting crew line. He took his 100 hours, his anger management, substance abuse, thinking for a change, welding, victim awareness, and has written his letter for that, and his Tiger score is low. His last DV report was in 2021 for a Rule 28, and over the time, he's had 41 DV reports.
All right, so he's cutting grass now instead of hair.
That come along with the job with the trustee status, so I gotta do what security tell me to do.
Okay, all right, gotcha. I'm just making sure I heard you right. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's talk to the people now that are in favor of your release. I'd like to introduce, I'll let you introduce yourselves, those that are at Louisiana State Penitentiary. There's a gentleman behind you to your left. It's in a light blue shirt. Would you start the introductions and tell us who you are and go down the row, please?
Carlin Foster, his brother.
Okay. Next.
Oliver Foster, his uncle.
Okay.
Carl Michael Foster III, his son.
Carlos Foster, his daughter.
Rodney Davis, his cousin.
Marion Shallow, his mother-in-law.
Okay, thank y'all for being there, and we will have 3 people that will be speaking. And I'll ask you to keep your comments down to, just a couple of minutes each, because it doesn't take us too long. And we'll begin with Mr. Korey Myers from the Louisiana Parole Project, then Miss Carla Beatville, and Carlene Foster will go next, the sister and the brother. But Mr. Myers, would you tell us what you have to offer?
Yes, good morning. Korey Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here to let the board know, should this board grant Mr. Foster parole today. Parole Project will provide transitional support and programming in our program. As the board knows, our program is specifically geared to people who have served longer sentences like Mr. Foster. Approximately 25 years now he's been incarcerated. Obviously, there's a lot of changes in the world. There are a lot of things that Mr. Foster has to understand to function properly in the world. Our staff is absolutely committed to helping him. He will be able to learn the things, particularly things like social norms, social interaction, employment skills, how to interact with coworkers and supervisors, consumer skills, financial skills, technology. We're connecting to the services that he needs. So we just want to let this board know this Parole Project would support his transition should they grant him parole.
Thank you, Ms. Myers, for those comments and for what your organization does. We appreciate that. Ms. Carla, would you talk to us, please? And I believe we can hear you from where you're seated. Oh, excuse me. You're on Zoom. I'm sorry. Ms. Carla, the sister. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to say that I believe my brother has served the time for the crimes that he's been found convicted of. I have been there to support him from the beginning. I plan on supporting him come with May. I'm gonna always try to do my best to instill in him the morals that I have, because I believe morals is what he's gonna need to be a great citizen if my father releases him, which I hope and pray is the case. I believe my brother has learned a lot from the time he has spent incarcerated. I would love to see him come out here to be a part of our family, especially his children and his grandchildren. I will support, I don't know if I say this already, but I will support my brother like I've always done to the best of my ability. I try to keep it honest and true with him. I don't uphold him. I don't want to be upheld when I do something wrong. And I'm really nervous right now. I would love to see my brother free. And my life, since he's been in there, I've been praying for my father's will to be done, because I know that my father, my heavenly father, that's what I'm speaking of, he knows what's best about everything and for everyone. And I try to live a righteous life and do right by others. And with that being said, I'm going to try to help my brother to live a righteous life, if you all pardon him.
All right. Well, we appreciate.
I'm sorry, one more thing. I do believe that he has been blessed with 2 skills, which is cutting hair, as well as like he said, he has a welding degree, which I'm very proud of. And he is a great barber. So he does have something that he can come home to sustain him and keep him on the right path, as far as he don't have to go out there and commit any more crimes like he has been convicted of. And again, I will support him to the very best of my ability.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate that very much. All right. Mr. Foster, I believe it's your turn. Would you tell us about your brother? You can stay seated there, sir.
The last time, the first time he came up, I'm gonna be honest, he wasn't ready. The person he is now, when I looked in that folder, I was proud to say that's my big brother again. He has a lot of family support and a lot of friend support. We are all behind him. Truly believe he's ready to be a part of society again. It's gonna take time because he's been here a long time, but he has a lot of family support. And we're here to make sure that he has everything around him that he needs. If he's paroled, he's gonna be paroled, I believe, to my uncle's address. Vietnam veteran, former deputy sheriff, no nonsense will be tolerated. And accountability is a word that I'm using because he's finally taken the accountability for his actions. And in my all honesty, I don't believe he had done that before, but now he has. And I think he's changed to be a better person, not only for his kids and his grandkids, but for himself first. And that's where it starts at. He's not a perfect person, but none of us are. But he's making the steps to change himself to become a better person. And I believe that's all you can ask of anybody, is to make the effort to be a better person. He's had some blemishes here, but he's trying to right his wrongs, and he's trying to change those behaviors and those patterns. And the person that I talk to now, I never heard him talk about God. That's different.
All right.
I haven't heard that.
We appreciate your comments and we'll take them very seriously also. Thank you, sir. And the others behind have already introduced themselves behind you and their supporters, of course. Okay, we'll move into those in opposition. We have, we'll call the DH. Mr. Ed McGowan with the Orleans DA's office.
Would you like me to go first?
Yes, sir, I would. If you would. Yes, sir. Now you can, it's your choice with the DA. You can go after.
I'm probably going first.
Okay.
Folks. I was told that I might be going last, but I'm prepared. Again, thank you for the opportunity to be here and make a presentation. My name again is Edward McGowan. I'm the first assistant for Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office. And you have in your record before you, I think, some very eloquent statements from the victims and family members who impacted by these crimes. And you're going to have, I think, a lot of statements as well today. Can you hear me okay? Over the air conditioning? Great.
Yes.
I want to hit a couple points that aren't covered by those statements. And I want to start off by pointing out what may be obvious, but I want to make sure it's said that by any historical measure, Mr. Foster's acts are extraordinary. This was an extraordinary crime spree of violence. Whether you're measuring it by Orleans Parish Attorney's Office in Orleans Parish in 1999 and 2000, around the time this happened, whether you're measuring it against the 2022 crime, 2021, 2022 crime wave in the midst of COVID, the number of armed robberies, this crime spree is truly breathtaking. There were 9 counts of which he was convicted of, and one of those victims was shot in the process. There were 2 others actually that were not, 2 other counts of armed robbery that were not prosecuted because at the time of the trial, those victims were out of state
and were not available to come in for trial date, and the DA's office still proceeded. And then eventually, because of the sentence, because of the conviction, those cases were not pursued after that. And what you see back in 2001, is that the attorney's office handled this case with extraordinary gravity. Not only did they pursue this case and take it to trial, they filed a multiple bill, and that multiple bill proceeding reflected that his prior offense for which he had been convicted was also a firearms offense. And so that is not a, that adds to the gravity. Additionally, the sentencing judge went out of her way, could have found these sentences to be concurrent, but instead sentenced these counts consecutively. And again, an extraordinary crime way leading to an extraordinary sentence. By my calculation, Mr. Foster still has 6 centuries to serve before his full-time release date. That is a reflection, I believe, of both that administration of the DA's office and that particular judge, one of the esteemed, most respected judges still on the bench today, that this individual should not be back on the streets, based on how extraordinarily violent and consistent and prolific this crime spree was. When Mr. Williams was made aware of this parole hearing, the current Orleans Parish DA's administration sent me to make sure that the board be aware that we are still in opposition to Mr. Foster being released early. And so I want to make that abundantly clear. As the board knows, law enforcement has registered opposition. Every victim who has responded has registered opposition, and the Orleans Parish Attorney's Office also stands with their opposition. In light of those extraordinary circumstances, I think it is fair if we were to consider overriding the message from that trial and sentencing in 2001. If we're going to override that and let us consider even letting Mr. Foster out early, we should be witnessing some extraordinary act, some extraordinary tale of rehabilitation. And with all due respect, what I see is a fairly routine, record in the episode. He's had his troubles. He's certainly not the worst, but far from what I would consider an extraordinary tale of rehabilitation. Two other things I want to hit on before I wrap up. I know y'all had a long morning and have some more statements. But
take your time.
The victims who are registering their opposition, they, I believe, informally are availing themselves of confidentiality for a reason. They want their personal details protected because they are still traumatized by the violence they received at the hands of Mr. Foster. They are still terrified, and 25 years has not taken that terror and trauma away from them. They still feel that today, and I think they've expressed that in their statements to the board. And again, you can see that by the fact that they want to avail themselves of confidentiality that's there. The last thing I wanted to point out to y'all is something, and if I'm misreading this because I do not make these presentations often, please forgive me. But the last time Mr. Foster was before the board, different members, that rule was denied. All 3 members, by my reading, made a very specific unanimous recommendation before Mr. Foster was to be considered for parole, among other things. He should avail himself of long-term substance abuse counseling and programming. Now, I note that he does have certificates from 2011 for substance abuse programming. But since this 2003 hearing, where the board at that time still recommended specifically that he avail himself of that type of programming, he did not do so. And we stand here 2.5 years later. The only thing he has done is applied to 2 different programs, one of which he completed, the other of which he did not. The other program, I believe, it might have been mentioned earlier, I can't remember if it was the Victim for Change or the Victims program. He did not complete that program and received no credit for it. He he was excluded from it for excessive absences. And so I'm not simply thinking out of thin air with that idea that this was a fairly routine record for DOC. He should be commended for what he's done, but again, there are a lot of things that he could have done that set himself apart that he didn't. And he still hasn't. And in addition to all of the other reasons that are in the record, here from the other victims and the other victim statement, I ask that the application for parole be denied.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comment. Take it very seriously, and thank you for your time coming down here and expressing yourself to us. We appreciate that. Now then, I think we need an executive session. So I'm going to call for executive session. So I need a motion
I'll second.
and a second.
A second.
Okay, a motion and a second for executive session, and there is no objections. Therefore, we are now, let me explain to you what we're doing. We're going into executive session right now to hear testimony. And we will be back in just a few minutes. It won't take us long, so you stand by and we'll be back in just a few minutes. All right?
Steve Brown,
Yes.
Carolyn,
Yes.
Stapleton, Ladue.
Yes.
Okay, good luck.
Okay, we're going to go back into regular session. We need a motion and a second to go back into regular session.
I'll make the motion.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor? Yes, I am too. So we're back into regular session. And so
Right.
yes.
Yes.
Okay, we're back in regular session and your case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux. So would you take it from there and begin to ask the question, please?
Mr. Foster, when you were asked what you did to get yourself where you are today, you made the comment that that you were convicted. And in your conversation so far, I haven't heard you say what you did. What did you do?
I committed a crime of armed robbery and attempted manslaughter.
How many armed robberies?
9 counts of armed robbery and 1 count of attempted manslaughter.
Had you done more than the 9 counts that you got convicted for?
I was charged with more counts, yes, ma'am. I was charged with, I think, 14 counts altogether.
The reason I asked that is I read that you had 18 violent crimes that you had committed or been charged with 18 violent crimes in your district. And that's significant. I want to hear so you said you were sorry, but for some reason Carlin said something that that you're changed. When did you stop getting write-ups in prison? What year was that?
The last write-up was 2021.
And was that when you found out that you were going to have an opportunity for parole?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. My last write-up I called was the last write-up I had was Friday. That was 3rd W to 24.
Okay.
And I got, that was in 2021. And I had another, they had me with another write-up at the same time, which was dirty urine, which I won on appeal. And I was supposed to be replaced to the dormitory settings and where I came from. My appeal was never granted. Department of Security, the Secretary of Department of Corrections granted my appeal, and I was never returned to my living quarters. And work call one day, and I called a Rule 28, which is a work offense. And
yeah, I have your disciplinary report in front of me.
all right.
So under Act 122, inmates who have served 20 years and are 45 years or older have an opportunity for parole. You actually have a 693-year sentence and have served 24 years. I don't have any other questions. I'm just illuminating the facts of this case and what I'm hearing. I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Stapleton, any questions?
No.
Okay, I have no questions, so I think it's time to vote.
Yeah, Mr. Foster, my vote today is to deny parole. I hope that you are starting to turn that curve. I think you need to have more time with your brother. I think he's a great influence on you, but today, based on the length of time served and opposition by law enforcement and the significant violent history, I'm opposed.
Ms. Stapleton?
I concur with Ms. Ledoux, and I would add strong opposition by all of the victims to the law enforcement. And you have a significant sentence of years. So
Okay, Mr. Foster, I concur with that. Sorry to say, I think you're on the road to a better place now, but you're not there yet. And so as of 10:59 in the morning, your parole request has been denied. Thank you. Well, good morning, Mr. Prejean. I'm sorry for the pronunciation there. I'm from Caddo Parish up north. So I get the words wrong, so I apologize for that. The time is 11:06 in the morning. The date is still August the 6th of 2025. We're continuing our meetings, Louisiana Committee on Parole. So we've already introduced ourselves. We're in Baton Rouge, and you are, of course, at Louisiana State Penitentiary. The staff there has already introduced themselves, and we appreciate them hosting us. I see you've got a number of people behind you, and in a few minutes, we'll get them to introduce themselves for purposes of the record. And then we will have 3 people that will speak on your behalf, and we'll get to them in just a little bit. Mr. Pridgett, Dalton, would you, I'm gonna massacre that name every time I try it, but what is your DOC number, sir?
My DOC number is 476863.
Okay, thank you. And first, before we get to your supporters and all that, we're going to get you to tell us exactly why you're there, what you did, what you've accomplished or learned since you've been there, and why you feel like that you deserve a chance to be paroled. And so we'll hear from you then we'll hear from the institution to find out what kind of fellow you've been since you've been there. And then we will go to your supporters and talk to a couple of them to see what they got to say. And then Ms. Stapleton will do some questions and then we'll vote. Pretty simple process. So why don't you start out, sir, and tell us exactly, excuse me, your attorney is there also. So I wanted to acknowledge Ms. Hogan. We're familiar with her and appreciate you being there too.
Mr. Thomas Gilbo is also here as his attorney, and I think that Mr. Gilbo will be speaking whenever it's time for an attorney to make a comment, but I am also here to answer questions.
Oh, okay. Yes, I see that you're the former attorney.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We'll get to both of y'all in just a moment then. Mr. Dalton, would you go ahead and tell us just exactly what I asked before? Why are you there and what you've accomplished?
Okay, good morning to all of you, and thank you for this opportunity that's being presented to me. I am incarcerated for taking the life of Markel Anthony Broussard on October 15th of 2001. Oh, God help me. Jesus help me. On October 15th, 2001, I remember returning home from school and my wife needing to get to work, so I told her that I will watch Markel. Shortly after she left, Markel had begun crying, and I believe I gave him something to try to comfort him, but it wasn't working. And when his cries persisted, unfortunately, I became agitated, and I shook him, and I also hit him. I'm sorry. And when he became unresponsive, I immediately called 911 to get some help. I told them what I had done, and they tried to help give me some instructions on doing CPR. I didn't know what I was doing, but I did try. And when they came to give Markel assistance, I willingly left with the detectives. And once I was downtown and they questioned me, they asked me if I wanted a lawyer. I told them no, because I was guilty of what I had done, and I just wanted to be forthcoming with what I had done. And doing that interview, I also disclosed to them that on 2 other occasions that I had indeed abused Markel. Uh, my actions against Markel were unjustified. There's no kind of way that I can ever make light of what I've done to Markel. But I do believe that since I've been incarcerated, that I've taken the necessary steps to make sure that I don't hurt another human being, regardless of where my life ends. So one of the first things I had to do, I had to realize that I did indeed have an anger problem. And to be honest, I had to find out where the root to my anger came from. And I discovered that because of the situation with my father was here at Angola. He was executed when I was 10 years old, and my depression had turned inward, and that's what fueled my anger. And even though that's not an excuse for anything that I've done to Markel or anything that I've done to wrong people in the past, I'm only stating this just to show you where my frame of mind was. You know, and in my past, you're going to see that I used a lot of marijuana. I was trying to self medicate to stay calm because I was always agitated about stuff, and the only reason why I hurted people, you know, and the only reason why I did that because I didn't have the tools to address or properly address the reason why I was angry. And since I've been here, I've taken anger management classes, but the ones that were most effective, in addition to anger management classes, was the Thinking for a Change class, and the victim awareness class. I'm actually a facilitator for victim awareness and Thinking for a Change. And in short, the reason why those classes impacted me the most is because it gave me an opportunity to think about what I was thinking about. Obviously, I wasn't doing any thinking at the time I committed the crime against Markel Anthony Broussard, who was my stepson by marriage. Um, and why you should vote for me today, I'm simply asking for mercy, honestly. Um, I've lived a life of service in this community as a pastor, as a reentry social mentor, where I deal with the behavior aspect of younger offenders. Again, I don't want to sound redundant, but a life skill facilitator of a lot of different classes because I wanted people to get the same help that I got when I came into the system. And my purpose for doing so is to make sure that if guys do have an opportunity to be released, that they won't continue in the same pattern of bad thinking that they've done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate those comments, and we certainly will keep them in mind when we get to question you in a few minutes. Okay, is the deputy warden prepared to speak? Tell us about this fellow.
Yes, sir. So, Dalton has served approximately 20 years. He's had 4 disciplinary write-ups in those 20 years, with the last one being in 2012 for Rule 21. He was in an unauthorized area. He was in a dorm.
How many years have you served?
He's a MLB assigned to MAG 3, where he works as a certified mentor for our reentry program, which I can go into those details after I read off all he's accomplished. That's fine. Carpentry, automotive technology, NOBATs, masters in NOBATs, certified tutor, IC3 level 3, certified college tutor, anger management, Malachi Dead, Inside Out Deads, substance abuse, Celebrate Recovery, 100 hours, anger management, victim awareness, victim letter training, moral competence mentor training, trauma healing, certified mentor, and Tyro, which is, I didn't know what that was until just now. It's a leadership training program. And so his Tiger score is low as well. So the leadership training program, I'm sure, comes into play with the reentry program. He's a big part of our reentry program. When the guys intake on Monday morning, we intake them, talk to them, find out what's going on, and then we have the mentors come over and walk them down to their housing area to help transition them to life here at Angola. He also acts as, for lack of word, a big brother to them. He watches over them. He makes sure they stay on the right path. He keeps them out of, he keeps them from doing bad things in prison, like maybe if they want to get drugs or something, he talks them out of it. They talk to them, they're their counselors, they make sure they get into school and everything. He's also a pastor of one of their fellowships, the Rehabilitators Fellowship. Basically, Dalton helps the new intakes with reentry make good decisions. So I think I don't know what Dalton's plan is, but I would feel just by reentry and the things that he has helped, I think going into society, he would transition well, but I think it would be more of a transition along the lines of helping the youth, maybe in a youth program to keep them from coming to prison. I didn't know that until Dalton said that his father had passed away here, but I think it might be helpful if he was involved in youth programs to try to keep the kids on the right track, since it seems he's learned here. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that insight. Okay, we'll move on to your supporters now. Support the effort. Mr. Korey Myers. Korey, would you talk to us about your program, please?
Yes, good morning. Korey Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. And we're here today to support Dalton's petition for parole. I could easily go into Dalton's childhood and a lot of things, but that's what prison is supposed to be, is a place to do two things: incapacitate people, at least, and rehabilitate. And if prison is about rehabilitation, then Dalton is the epitome of rehabilitation. Not only that, he's also the epitome of self-awareness, recognizing where he's come from and where he is now. We've seen very few people who have the accomplishments that Dalton has. Coming into this program, we work with people who have, at various stages, and it's just so rare to see someone like Dalton who's so prepared. We still will provide Dalton with the transitional services that he needs after 23 years of incarceration. He will get the proper mentorship from people who have been in his shoes. He'll get the training that he needs in life skills on the outside. While he's teaching skills on the inside, obviously there's a difference in the transition. Things like financial planning, things like social norms and job skills, they do not translate necessarily the same. So we're prepared to give him hands-on, real-world support in those things. Again, I can sit here and I'm not going to go because I know this is going to be a longer hearing. We just have not seen people like Dalton, who is as prepared and has taken advantage of all the options and opportunities for rehabilitation like he has. So we just ask this board to consider those factors today and grant his parole.
Great. Thank you for that, and thank you for what y'all do. We'll move on right now. Before we get to the attorneys, we'll move on to a friend that is there at LSP, Louisiana State Prison, Michael Coates. I believe Mr. Coates wants to say something. Before we do that, Mr. Coates, would you raise your hand, please?
Yeah, we can only go.
And there's a fellow seated right next to you, Mr. Coates, and he's got a necklace on. I'm looking at a black stripe thing. Okay, yes, sir. Would you introduce yourself and go down the line and tell us who all is there? Just introduce yourself, please.
Joshua Thibodeau. I'm his first cousin.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Debrianna Green. I'm his daughter. Okay. Sheila Williams, I'm his aunt and his godmother.
Michael Palmer, and I'm a friend of his.
Bernadette Prejean Williams, I'm his mother.
Yes.
Yusuf Gardner, I'm his brother.
Sharon Pete, I'm his sister-in-law.
Jessica Garrick, his cousin.
Lawrence Garrick, his uncle.
Molly Gilbo, a friend.
Sidney Anderson, a friend.
Angie Bruno, a friend.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And let's see, and got some folks here at headquarters. Your aunt Erica Williams is here, and William Marcus Jr. from the First Presbyterian Church is here. Is that correct? Okay, and they're here. Just wanted you to know that. And okay, now it's time for Mr. Michael Coates. Tell us about your friend there.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor for me to sit before this honorable board. Dalton and I have been friends for a little over 20 years, and we've gotten to know each other, learn each other. We've cried together, we've laughed together. I watched him grow. I watched him mature to be the young man that he is today. We attended the Bible college together. We graduated together. We became tutors at the Bible college, and we were members of the same church, the Rehabilitators. Dalton was a minister on staff, and as he began to grow and mature, he became the assistant pastor under me. And when I left Angola, Dalton became senior pastor of the Rehabilitators. And since that time, he's done an outstanding job in leading that congregation. He's one of the most humble people I've ever met in my life. And when I say we've cried together, we've talked about the mistakes he's made in the past. He's opened up to me, and we just sat there and I listened, and I realized that this young man was broken inwardly because of the things that he did in the past. But at the same time, I made him realize that he had to continue to move forward. That he did. And he's still moving forward. And society would be greatly enhanced if Dalton Prejean was offered the opportunity or given the opportunity today to move into the free society. It would be a travesty that he would have to spend any longer behind closed bars. So I'm here today as his friend, as a mentor to him, and I feel like he's my son in many ways because we've been together for so long. But I know personally that he would be a great asset to whatever community or wherever he should decide to live. He would be a great asset to that community with the kids, with people who need help, because he's been there. He's, as the old folks say, he's did that and done that. He knows all the mistakes. So the only thing he can do now is move forward. So I'm asking this honorable board to please consider giving Dalton Prejean his freedom today. And thank you.
Okay, thank you for those words. You're a good friend. Okay, we'll turn it over to Ms. Hogan. Do you want to speak first? Or does Mr.
No.
Good?
I'll let Mr. Gilbo speak. Mr. Prater, thanks for asking.
Can you see me?
Sir, can.
All right, I'm Thomas Gilbo, Lafayette, Louisiana. I'm a retired criminal defense attorney, 54 years of practice. I represented Dalton Prejean Sr. when he took the life of the state trooper back in 1977. The trial was moved to Monroe. He was convicted. He was sentenced to death. At the time he shot the trooper, he was 17 years old. I appealed this case and later had help with out-of-state lawyers. I stayed on the case for 13 years. I was at Dalton's execution along with Nancy Goodwin, his spiritual advisor, because he asked us to be there. 5 years after Dalton was executed, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that you could not execute someone under the age of 18. So it's a shame that Dalton lost his life at that time because he was 17. But when he was 30 years old, when they executed him. When I've known Dalton Jr. since he was born. We called him DJ. I am also his godfather, along with Sheila. And he bears a middle name of Thomas. And he's down to Dalton Thomas Prejean Jr. And when I told his father, I said, you can't do that, Dalton, because you don't have a Thomas in your name. He said, well, Mr. Gilbo, that's just the way it is. And you do have a Thomas in your name. Dalton, I was able to take DJ, as we call him, to visit with his mother, Bernadette, to visit Dalton on death row. The warden then, I believe it was Warden Blackburn, allowed us to do that. And many times I took them to Angola and we got into a cell, the three of us, and Dalton would hold his 10-year-old or 8-year-old, 9-year-old, 10-year-old son in his lap and was really thrilled. And they had a deep bond between them. We won the pardon board hearing and we thought we were going to get, a green light there. That didn't happen. When the execution date was set, DJ had to line up with the rest of the family to tell Dalton goodbye. That is the saddest time of all in an execution. When the loved ones are told, okay, line up, you got 5 minutes, tell them goodbye. And when it came to those two, it was incredible. It was hard. We got through the execution. DJ was very much impacted by it because he was teased a lot by children at school. They told him your daddy fried like a chicken. They told him fire came out of his ears. And Nancy Goodwin and I would have to calm him down and say that wasn't true. But he suffered a lot when his father passed. He had a grandfather, Nelson Garrett. Nelson Garrett would have been the man that could have turned Dalton's life around because he was a male figure that DJ was taking as a second father. I don't know if you can see this picture or not. This is me and DJ when he was 11 years old, and Nelson Garrett got him to be the king of the children's Mardi Gras. And he was the sweetest looking, most precious little boy. 2 years later, Nelson Garrett died of a heart attack. And that's when Dalton went off the rails. From then on, he did not have a male in his life. I fought myself many times that I wasn't there for him more, but I was very much wrapped up in my criminal trial practice at that time. And I'm sorry I wasn't there more for you, more on that, DJ. But he was an angry man when he went to prison. He has served 23 years and 10 months today. He has turned into an incredible human being. His portfolio has 127 certificates in it. I don't think anyone in Angola has gotten more certificates or is more rehabilitated than Dalton. I have personally seen him change as a human being. I followed him all of his life, all the time through prison. My wife and I have followed DJ, spoke to him. He is a totally changed human being. Everything that was said about him earlier is true. It's time for him to go out in the world and do good. I know if you grant the parole, he has an opportunity to work at a prison ministry in Parchment Prison, Mississippi, and would be doing similar work with inmates and what have you. So I hope and pray that you all do that. I want to thank each one of you for the time you give to this board and the service that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those heartfelt remarks. We appreciate that. Take them into consideration. Ms. Hogan?
The only thing I would like to add, Mr. Prater, I don't want to say the same thing and be redundant, but I would just point out that, as indicated by Mr. Gilbo, Mr. Prejean's rehabilitation began, when he came to prison with 60 years to serve before he was parole eligible. Act 122 was only passed a couple years ago. So all of these accomplishments and all of his rehabilitation is genuine. It was the work of him working on himself and giving back and living a life of service to others, which has included mission trips to other prisons, as Warden Oliver spoke, rehabilitating and working, being a core member of the reentry program, getting a master's degree from the Bible College. So for all of these reasons, we would ask the board to vote in favor of his parole.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hogan. We appreciate that. I think that is all of the speakers that are going to be speaking in favor. There are none that are signed up to speak in opposition. Ms. Stapleton, would you begin the questioning, please?
Dalton, everything you talked about has been exemplary. You were talking about the incident, it ended up being a murder that day.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, it was.
A few months old. And then that couple times before then, you had lost your temper. And
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We have these cases in front of us. The neurosurgeon said that there was bruising on the baby's head and in the facial area.
Yes, ma'am.
Brain shaking caused Markel's death. Said there was a tooth knocked out and bleeding from the nose area, retinal hemorrhaging, bruising on the left pelvis. And there was no chance of Markel living without life support when he got to Lafayette Gym. You have, incredible support from really everybody. And I read also about your certificates, over 100, like 20 something certificates. Law enforcement entirely, they oppose this. You've served, like you said, almost 23 years of a 60-year sentence. So we're talking about 1/3. And is there anything more you'd like to say to me about that would help me with this?
Thank you, Miss Stapleton. Jesus help me. I'm not at a loss for words. I'm actually still hurt by the things that I've done to Markel. And as I have disclosed to the detective that there were instances where I did admit that I did hit him, and I did hit him in the head, and I did hit him in the face, and there were times that I did hit him in the stomach area. What was going through my mind at the time? Ma'am, I have no idea. All I know is that I was agitated, and that was the way that I responded. At that time in my life, I smoked a lot of weed and stuff just to keep me calm, but that is not an excuse for anything that I've done to anyone, especially Markel. I actually love Markel. And he and I had a great relationship. I just had a problem dealing with my own anger issues. But since I've been in this situation, I've owned everything I've did. Matter of fact, I've owned everything I did from the day that I've did it. I've never shied away from anything that I've did. I'm the one who gave the detectives 2 confessions. I don't know what else to do but to take ownership, and that's is exactly what I've done. And my rehabilitation all started with.
You've been exemplary. You've been very exemplary in that. I mean, record shows that. And then also your support. I don't know how I don't know how Markel's family, the mother, and maybe aunts and uncles are going. You were going to say something, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. I don't mean to interrupt you, but Mr. Gilbo has been in contact with Markel's father at least months ago, and I believe that he had written a letter.
There should be a letter in your file from Mr. Williams, the father of Markel, saying that he is in favor of Dalton being granted parole. That should definitely be in your file. But I can say that he told me that, and I have his.
Yeah.
Okay, they read it. I missed it. Yeah, they read it, so that's good.
Okay.
I was
Okay,
wondering
thank you.
about that, the other side of the story.
Yeah.
I don't have any questions.
I'd like to ask to go into executive
That's a
session.
good idea.
We have a motion for executive session.
Second,
Okay,
Prayer.
yes.
Satan.
yes.
Yes.
Okay, we'll be in executive session in just a few minutes. We'll step to the back. Y'all can stay seated in here. We have a motion to go back into regular session from executive session.
I'll make a motion.
Got a motion and a second. Would you please call roll and add?
Prater,
Yes.
Stapleton,
Yes.
Ledoux.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back into regular session now, and I think have we asked all the questions?
That's it. I don't have
That
any
you
more.
have, and have you, Ms. Ledoux, any question? Comments, anything? Okay, I think we've, look, I have one question. How
Yes, sir.
how many times did you, and how many other occasions did you injure this baby?
On the 2 occasions that I did admit to, I don't believe that they had like other specific days, but I did disclose to the detective. I was very honest with them that at few times that when I got agitated that I did indeed abuse and hit Markel, and I think they only charged me twice, but I did hit Markel. It wasn't an ongoing thing, but nevertheless I did abuse and hit Markel Anthony Broussard.
Thank you for your honesty. Appreciate that. Ms. Stapleton, I think it's time to vote.
Yes. Mr. Prejean, you know, really, you've done a great job for the time you've been in jail, in prison and everything like that. You're on the right path to get your life in order, and I think you've done that. But we have a dead child, and it was and this baby was brutalized. So based upon strong law enforcement opposition, all of them are opposed, and I do have victim opposition, and you served about a third of your sentence. I'm going to deny your request today.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Prejean, my vote in no way mitigates the severity of this crime. You have admitted it. We all understand. I do not believe that you're a threat to public safety. I think you've done exceptional rehabilitation, amazing conduct, and you have stable plans. My vote today is to grant parole.
Okay, you need a unanimous.
Ask a question.
Well,
What
no,
video-
we're voting. We're voting now, sir, and we appreciate that, but we're in the process of voting. So we have one vote to deny, one vote to grant. You need a unanimous from the jury with the law is from us, what the law is now, and you have not reached that. But so that you will know, my vote would have also been to deny because it wasn't just one occasion. But I think that who knows what my vote will be in a few years. Who knows? Because I think that you are a model inmate. And please reach inside yourself and continue with the behavior that you're showing right now. So as of 11:48 this morning, your parole request has been denied. Thank you.
I'm in the SDR right now, substance treatment.
Okay, this is the Committee on Parole. We're in Baton Rouge. You can see from our name tags who we are from our nameplates. We're here to, in reference to your request for a parole. Time is 11:57 in the morning. The date is still August 6th of 2025. We've had several hearings before this and several that are right there at Louisiana State Penitentiary. So the staff, I'm sure there is the same. And so we hate to tell you, there are a number of people on Zoom, and I know you've got some supporters, and we have some that are in opposition. But because of the fact that we have a board member that feels like it would be appropriate to recuse themselves from this particular hearing, and it has to be 3 of us that hear. So we're going to have to reschedule this, and we really apologize for any inconvenience that it caused anyone. We didn't realize until, and things like this occur occasionally, we didn't realize that there was a conflict. And so to be fair to everyone involved, the pros and the ones that are against, we need to reschedule this. So as of 11:59 this morning, we're going to reschedule this particular hearing. So we're sorry for all the inconvenience. We truly are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait.
Okay, the time is 12:05. The date is August the 6th of 2025. We're in Baton Rouge at the headquarters of the Department of Corrections. We're the Committee on Parole, and we're continuing. We've had a number of hearings, and we've done introductions of the staff here and the staff at Louisiana State Penitentiary. You can see from our nameplates that are in front of us exactly who we are that's going to be talking to you this morning. And you are Mr. Galen Dickerson, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What is your DOC number, Mr. Dickerson?
373278.
Okay, we're gonna first ask you why you're there. We're gonna ask you, or you're gonna tell us why you're there and what you've done since you've been there, why you think that you are worthy of getting an early release on parole. Then we're gonna ask the institution there, the deputy warden, to tell us exactly what kind of fellow you've been. Then we're gonna listen to those that are in opposition to your getting this parole request, and then we're gonna ask some questions. Ms. Ledoux will lead the question, and then we're gonna vote. Pretty simple process. So why don't you start out by tell us whatever you want to say to try to convince us that you're worthy of being released early.
Well, I've been doing what I'm supposed to be doing to help myself. I've been going to classes. I finished classes, and I haven't been getting in no trouble, no write-ups or anything like that, no fights, no cursing, no sergeants out. And I've been bettering myself, keeping myself out of trouble. And that's what I've been doing for myself, staying out of trouble and going to classes.
What are you doing? How'd you end up at Louisiana State Penitentiary?
Well, I'm on an armed robbery charge, 2 counts of armed robbery charge. And
okay, I mean, you're in there on those counts, but did you do that?
yeah, I did it. I did armed robbery charge. I was coming from my grandmother's house when in my car, got on the causeway, kept going, and I saw a gas station. I parked my car, walked in the gas station, saw somebody behind the counter, bought some food, then I hit the person with a gun. And somebody else came in there, and I hit the other person. They showed me the money, and I took the money, and I walked out and got back in my car, and I left. And I'm sorry for what I did. And I meant that. I'm sorry for what I did. And
okay. All right, we appreciate that. Warden, Deputy Warden, I can't see y'all because I don't know who's in the room, but who would speak for the institution there? Yes, ma'am.
He AU to LSP in 2004. He has served about 25 years. He's a medium custody offender that's assigned to Camp D, Eagle 2, and he works in the cafeteria as an attendant. He's had 47 disciplinary reports since being incarcerated, the last one being in 2021 for a Rule 1. He's completed sex offender treatment in 06, anger management in 24, and he's a Tiger Low score. He's currently enrolled in 100 hours and thinking for a change in Tapuco.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that. Okay, we'll move into those in opposition. And let's see, there's 4 people that will be speaking. First one will be Jason Duke, who is on Zoom, I believe. Jason, will you talk to us, please, sir?
Can you hear me?
Can.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Jason Duke. I'm the son of Teresa Duke. One of those whom Mr. Dickerson victimized. He failed to mention that he raped my mother at gunpoint with an accomplice, which is what got him on parole, which is what led to the following crimes after after he was paroled for that crime, it led to the crimes that he currently just admitted to. I'll continue with the rest of my written statement. I'm sorry, I'm a little infuriated the fact that he could not have the gumption to mention my mother. First, I would like to thank you, the board members, for this opportunity to speak. I also want to express my gratitude to Mr. Romero. He is the reason I'm here today. Speaking for my mother and my family who have all passed on. To the other victims and their families, I share your sorrow. After much consideration, I chose to treat Mr. Dickerson with far more humanity than he showed my mother or any of his other victims. I have no sympathy for him or his time in prison. However, I do forgive him for his heinous crimes against my helpless, disabled mother. This is what my mom would have wanted. But let me be clear. Forgiveness does not absolve him of his crimes, nor will I forget. The hatred or negative emotions I once felt dissipated when I realized it gave him power over me. Mr. Dickerson victimized one of the most caring, kind, empathetic, and compassionate people I've ever known. Her 25-year career as a registered nurse, a testament to the empathetic life she led. She never harmed anyone, quite the opposite. She was there for anyone in need. The barbaric attack on my defenseless mother had a ripple effect on my family and I for the last 3 decades and counting, inflicting wounds that will never heal. The screams of my anguished mother from her phone call after being raped by Mr. Dickerson live with me to this day and will until the day I die. The trauma my mother lived with until she died at age 49, the same age that Mr. Dickerson has been lucky to make it to. She passed away on July 20th, 2008. Mr. Dickerson stole her dignity and feeling of safety, replacing it with a vile, terrifying memory. I have no doubt she would still be alive today if their worlds had not collided, and my nephew would know his grandmother, and my mother would know my now wife. In closing, giving his other crimes committed while on parole and disciplinary record in prison, I view Mr. Dickerson as an unredeemable predator who purposely preys on the weak and defenseless. He is clearly a liar and takes little, if any, responsibility for his crimes against my mother. For these reasons, I humbly asked this board to deny his parole. Allowing this man back into society will ensure more victims of his predatory nature. Thank you. And in closing, I would just like to share the last picture I had with my mother. This is at my grandparents' house, the Christmas before she passed away. She was a wonderful person. She was a part of New Orleans. She was a tarot card reader in Jackson Square after her retirement as a nurse. She loved the city. She loved the Saints. She loved everything about it. Even after all the brutality, after Hurricane Katrina and everything else, she couldn't wait to get back to New Orleans, where she eventually passed away. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir, and I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you for coming forward. Okay, we'll move on to to Mr. Butch Wilson's office. I think there's several people there or that are with him. Number one, it'll be Jessica Brewster, and Huey Jenkins will follow, and then we'll let Mr. Wilson talk. So, Jessica, would you talk to us, please?
Good morning. I'm sorry, good afternoon. Thank you all for allowing us to appear via Zoom. We truly appreciate the opportunity Thank you, board members, along with thank you for, the parole, Charles Romero, along with Butch at the DA's office. And everybody else has been able to help us with our journey in this, tragic event, along with Mr. Duke. I apologize for what your family has endured. Mr. Dickerson, we are Christian people, my family and I do believe that it is in our heart that we do forgive you, along with my aunt that you brutally attacked, years ago. I'm gonna try and get through this just like Mr. Duke did. My aunt, along with Mr. Rader, were also icons in our community that were truly great souls. She owned the store on Highway 25 that so many people went to. She was an elderly person, also unable to defend herself, just like Mr. Duke's mother. And Mr. Rader also was able to defend himself that day in 2000. And you know, whether you needed money that day or not, I don't know. And I know that you did admit it today and did not admit it at the last parole hearing, that you did do the senseless crime with malice. You could have chosen any other day when neither one of them was not there to burglarize the store and take the money that you did need that day. But you did choose to beat them brutally, so bad to where my aunt needed a shunt in her head and was never able to open back up the little store that everybody went to cash their checks. So, you know, the pain that the family endured because of your senseless malice and brutal attack that day on two elderly people in our community was unnecessary and absolutely horrifying. We already had members in our community that were suffering. We were caring for people with MS that later died, and also had to withstand the tragedy of dealing with somebody else that was also a caretaker for those people in our community. And what you did to our family that day, we will never forget, but we will move on and forgive you for what you have done. And I do not believe that you need to be released to be around other members in our community. You have affected 3 helpless souls that they are no longer with us, any of these 3 people. I don't think that you deserve a chance to come into this community and take anybody else's lives or any other victims' lives and do this to anybody else. I wish you the best where you are. I hope that you get the services that you need for yourself and better yourself in the community that you're in. But I am sorry. I cannot wish that you come back into our community and get the opportunity that none of these people have. They will not be allowed to do anything else in our community or give the community their soul that they vibrantly gave every day. So, and for that, I wish you the very best where you are. And I'm asking humbly for the parole board to deny your parole this time as they did in 2022. And I wish you nothing but luck, and God bless you, and hope that you are able to stay where you are.
Thank you. We appreciate that very much. Okay, we'll hear from Huey Jenkins now. Mr. Jenkins?
And please, sir, address the board and not the offender, if you don't mind, please.
I thank y'all for having us today to come and testify. And I want you to know that my aunt and my daughter that just talked to y'all, they're sincere in every bit. And I forgive Mr. Dickerson too, but I witnessed this trauma. And every time I come back here before y'all, it just opens that wound again. And I know that I don't want anyone else to suffer what my family has. I know my father, my aunt, sister took care of her after that. Everything. I just have to end this conversation. So I hope y'all understand.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it and understand completely. We sure do. Mr. Wilson, the 22nd JDC ADA. Are you here, sir?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. We didn't see you back there.
I'm sorry. I was over in the corner here.
Uh, uh, Thank y'all and good afternoon. And we're after lunch now, but I'll be very brief in my comments. I think well aware of the facts. Just the bottom line. Mr. Dickerson, plainly and simply, was a convicted rapist who got a second chance and then victimized two more victims, horribly, elderly victims who were vulnerable, like the victim of his first crime in Orleans Parish. All of these victims this affected their lives. The two elderly victims of the robberies passed away shortly thereafter. And as we just heard, the victim in the first case lived a few more years and died prematurely at age 49. The bottom line, as it's been said before, is you simply can't trust this man amongst law-abiding people based on what he has done in the past. And I will not belabor the point other than just to say that, as I said before, Mr. Dickerson, after committing a horrible crime, got a second chance and then answered that by committing another horrible crime. We can't trust him. And on behalf of the district attorney, we ask that you deny parole.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate those words and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that wraps up all of the opposition that we're going to have that will be speaking. Ms. Ledoux, would you begin the questioning, please?
Yes. Mr. Dickerson, you were seen in 2022, correct?
2022.
Yeah, you were seen in 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
And they discussed, I think, that time that you needed programming. So I understand you're enrolled in pre-release, but what about substance abuse? Have you ever had any substance abuse treatment?
I'm in substance abuse class right now.
You're in substance abuse and you're in pre-release. Okay.
I'm in 100-hour class and Tukapuku. Those are classes I'm in.
The substance abuse is part of thinking for a change that he's enrolled in.
And I'm finished anger management. I got my certificates right here.
I have management, anger management. It says you're on the waiting list for substance abuse. I don't consider thinking for a change is a dedicated certified substance abuse program personally. That would be something like Living in Balance or GR or something like that. Where would you live if you were released?
With my grandmother, Miss Hazel Daniel Dickerson.
And how old is Miss?
On Constant Street in New Orleans, Louisiana.
How old is she?
Ooh, I forgot how old she is. I've been locked up and don't keep up with her age.
Because you're 50 right now, aren't you? Around 50?
Well, I'll be 50 years old in August the 31st. Now.
Yeah. So what kind of employment have you had in the past?
What kind of appointment?
Employment, job.
Well, I was working at Church's Fried Chicken in New Orleans. And I worked at a car wash in Covington, Louisiana. And I worked at the plants, pulling plants in Folsom, Louisiana.
Okay, so you have had some employment. You're serving a 151-year sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've served 25 years of that.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have not completed the programming that I would expect for you to have done already in 25 years. So I don't have any further questions.
I have no question. I think we can vote.
Yeah, Mr. Dickerson, I'm glad that you're currently enrolled in those programs. I think that's excellent. But at this time, based on lack of time served, I didn't hear much remorse for the victims of the crime. Since you have a lack of remorse there and you need additional programming. My vote, not.
Okay.
I agree with my colleague said, plus you have law enforcement opposition and clearly victim opposition.
Okay, and I concur. So as of today, your parole request has been denied. The time is 12:25 in here. Good afternoon. The time is 12:30 in the afternoon. The date is August the 6th, 2025. We're here in the matter of Anthony Harvey and his request for a parole. We're in Baton Rouge. You can see our name tags, our nameplates, who we are that's on the committee of parole. We've had several hearings this morning. This is about our 10th or 11th. So we've done all the introductions. And so we're speaking to you, and you are currently in Louisiana State prison. And so the penitentiary, Louisiana State Penitentiary, staff there has introduced themselves. So Mr. Harvey, this is the way things will go today. But before we begin that, what is your DOC number, sir?
94201.
Okay, thank you. The way we'll do is we'll give you a chance to tell us why you got locked up and what you've done since you've been there and why you think you are deserving of an early release parole. So that'll be the first thing. Then we'll go over a couple of people that are supportive of your effort to be paroled. There's no one in opposition that has signed up to speak. Then we will go to Ms. Ledoux, who will be questioning you, and then we'll vote. Pretty simple. So first off, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, Anthony Harvey, and I made a mistake. I pulled off a robbery. I regret it.
Okay.
I just want a chance.
Okay, why do you think you're deserving of a chance? What have you done since you've been locked up?
Well, only thing I really have done was gave back to the prison community.
Okay, well, maybe we'll get into a little bit more in just a minute then. The assistant warden's still there. You're off camera, but would you tell us what kind of fella he's been?
Hi, he's been in Angola since 2016. He served 29 years. He's a Class A trustee that works in our laundry. He's had 12 DB reports, with the last one being in 2015 for a 10 and a 5. His Tiger score is low. He doesn't have any classes that he's completed, but he's currently enrolled in Thinking for a Change in 100 hours.
Okay, thank you for that information. We appreciate it. Okay, well, we'll move on to those in support. Mr. Kerry Myers, would you tell us what Louisiana Parole Project has to offer?
Good afternoon. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. Seems like we spent a lot of time together this week, and certainly appreciate your courtesy. Mr. Harvey, as Warden said, has served right at 30 years. He's 62 years old. And I'm going to tell you, as you already noticed, he's probably not the most loquacious person in the world. He's not going to say a whole lot. But Mr. Harvey, through his entire life, has struggled with learning disability. So he has attempted to be in literacy programs. He's continued to struggle with that. However, what he has done and what he didn't articulate is he has worked in the laundry, and he's done that consistently. But he's done something else, and he's done it since the time he's been there. He's trained boxers. He's trained young men. And he has been not only a boxer trainer, he has been a mentor. He has been a role model for young men. That's what he can do, and that's what he has done to give back. Consistently since he has been there, he's done two things. He's kept his head down, stayed out of trouble, and made a difference in the lives of young men. And no, Mr. Harvey, and some of this I'm speaking is personal knowledge. He does not cause problems. He doesn't get in trouble. Like I said, he has struggled with his education because of his learning disabilities, but he has poured into young men in training boxers. It's more than just boxing. It's about discipline. It's about character, and it's about instilling in them something that they don't have. And in addition to that, he does have family support. His long-term plan will be with his sister here in Baton Rouge. He has his son here also behind him. in support today, who will be a part of his life. Parole Project understands that Mr. Harvey needs the transitional support that we can provide. That support would be through mentorship. That support would be helping him with the basics every day, not just us, but I know, and I've spoken to his son specifically, that he will also be there in support, doing those things, helping him prepare for the everyday life. So we would ask this board to consider those things today and grant Mr. Harvey his parole. Mr. Harvey is no threat to public safety and he would be an asset to his community.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Meyer. Appreciate you and the work that your organization does. Thank you very much. Okay, we go move on now to Mr. Anthony Thomas. Mr. Thomas is behind you. And before we do, Mr. Thomas, would you tell us, or would you get the person next to you to introduce themselves for purposes of the record?
Oh, I'm his sister, Doris Turner.
Okay, thank you and welcome. Okay, Mr. Thomas, go ahead and tell us what you got to say, and we can hear you there fine.
Yes, sir. Well, I know my dad made some mistakes in the past. I just really would like this opportunity to actually have a chance to have my dad outside of the prison with me. My dad has been a big role model in my life. He's guided me to be a great man. Also, he's a great grandfather to his grandkids. I just really want an opportunity to have my dad. Like, it's hard to come here and leave all the time, and you have to leave him here, you know? I'm 38 years old, never had the opportunity to have him in the free world, and I just would love that opportunity if y'all can grant it. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for those heartfelt words. We appreciate that. Okay, now we'll move on to Ms. Ledoux. Do you have some questions? And maybe?
Yeah, I do. Mr. Harvey, in reading the record, I saw that you were heard in 2019, but you requested to not be fully considered and removed yourself from consideration. Talk to me about that.
Well, at that time, I really didn't understand the parole board then. So.
What didn't you understand? You weren't prepared? You weren't prepared to talk to them? You weren't prepared to try to advocate for yourself?
No, ma'am, I didn't even know nothing about the parole board. When I was told, it was at the last minute. It was that day of the parole.
I see. Okay. So why have you not taken more classes?
Ma'am?
Why have you not taken more classes?
Well, I feel like giving back was more important than taking those.
Could you do both?
Well, if I have to, yes, ma'am.
The law requires certain classes to be taken, and I'm glad you're enrolled in some of them. But that is part of what we are looking for when we make a decision about release, is we want you to start taking some ownership of getting ready to be out. And these classes will help you. And I'm glad that the Parole Project is advocating or on your side, but I think that I need to see you working towards that as well. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I want to tell you, you look like a little man next to your son, sitting in front of your son. You look like a little guy compared to, so be careful.
Yes, ma'am.
Big boy back. I appreciate what you've done, but I'm really hearing it. Listen carefully. You need to get enrolled in some classes. Okay. You want to be truly considered, get enrolled in some classes, work at it. I understand learning challenges, okay? But I know they'll work with you. Okay? I don't have any more questions.
I was gonna ask you something about your criminal history. You're a fourth class offender. And, when I was looking back on your criminal history, like in, let's see, in 87, you have an offense of first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, and then stolen property and use of a firearm. And then it was pled down to manslaughter, and you got 7 years. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you got 7 years for that. You got a simple escape, then armed robbery in 94. And then you come on down and you got felony auto theft. But then in 96, it's attempted murder of a police officer, armed robbery. And you pled it down to attempted aggravated criminal damage to property. And you got 7.5 years in DOC. Was that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So a lot of your, I didn't go through everything, but they involve weapons. So you have a pretty, in 1980, aggravated burglary, aggravated assault, simple burglary. You have some violent crimes in your past leading up about this. So I just wanted to be sure I was reading that right. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we appreciate that. And I have no questions. I think it's time to vote.
Mr. Harvey, you know where I'm going. I'm going to deny parole today, but I'm really encouraged. Don't spiral down. Take this as an opportunity to move forward. I'm not here to give a lecture, but I feel real strongly you need to hear that we want you to be successful, okay? And you need more programming.
Okay.
Okay, I agree with Ms. Ledoux. You also have law enforcement opposition. You've only served 29 years of a 71-year sentence. You have an extensive violent criminal history, and she's already said that you need more classes.
Okay, it takes a unanimous vote to get your parole. So anything less than that, so you can see right now your parole is going to be denied. My vote would also be to deny because of your criminal history and the lack of programming. You really going to have to spend some time proving to us that you can spend some classroom time just like you do reading time. Okay, you're going to have to do that. And so we think you're going the right way, and we appreciate your son supporting you. I think that's so important, and don't want you to be, I know it's discouraging, but I feel like I need to tell you, don't be discouraged, because you're getting close. Time's 12:44, that's the end of this here.